Jones.
This is Rick. Just an announcement. We are now live.
Thank you, Rick. Welcome, Kai.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well. Beautiful spring day. Okay, it is 4:30, and as Rick has let us know, we are live streaming, I believe via YouTube. Is that correct, Rick?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. So a new way in which we'll connect with the general public as well as those that are interested in coming into our committee as well as full board meetings. So as Rick and Janet have suggested, please keep yourself on mute unless you'd like to speak or vote. And with that, happy spring to everyone, and we'll turn it over to Trustee George and take it away for your committee.
Thank you, Chairman Steve. We'll call the Education and Planning Committee meeting to order for April 7th at 4:30 p.m. And initial business is to review the committee meeting minutes from the past meeting and ask if there's any corrections, changes, concerns. Hearing none, we'll accept and move on and into the enrollment report. Dr. Urbitis.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. So I updated the original report that was in the board packet to provide you with the head count and FTE comparison from March 26th to April 2nd, this past Friday. And I've highlighted a few things to call to your attention. Essentially, we are nearing official enrollment with very little fluctuation week to week in headcount enrollment. Full-time headcount is down 9.4%. FTE is down 10.1%. Part-time headcount is down 1.9%, with FTE being up 1.6%. Gemini had a good semester. Gemini headcount is up 2.6%, and FTE is up 3.7%. And we're quite pleased with these results given the COVID-19 environment in our service area school districts. Total credit enrollment is down 2.4%. FTE is down 4.1%. Non-credit state aidable is up in both headcount and FTE by 97.4%. I explained at last month's Board of Trustees meeting, this is due to the new state ed rules relative to online high school equivalency instruction, which were relaxed due to the pandemic. And we have seen a significant increase in enrollment as a result of that in our HSC program. And I hope it continues. Overall, total enrollment headcount is we're up 1.5% in comparison to the prior spring and down 3.2% in FTE. And a few highlights in terms of subpopulations. New full-time headcount enrollment is up 17.9%. Part-time is up in the continuing and returning categories at 7.6% and 2.9% respectively. And as I cited last month, FLCC Online is up 26.1% and SUNY Online is up 144.1%. And we have now been offering SUNY Online programs officially since spring of 20. So I'll stop there and ask if you have any questions.
Any questions for Dr. Urbitis?
So I do. Just back up to your first slide there, the 6,000 plus overall total enrollment, the head count of what, 6095. Those are students that take at least one credit or more. Is that true?
That is correct.
So 6,095 different students that take at least one credit.
That is correct.
That seems to be a good number. Certainly recall that just have a 5 in front of it pretty consistently the last several years. Has that number seen a climb, or is that maybe just my imagination?
Can you repeat that, Steve?
Well, I'm just wondering
Please.
if that 6,095 number is in fact up a little bit over the last several years, or if in fact that's flat.
I think it's directly attributed to the new full-time increase, as well as FLCC Online and SUNY Online. Student enrollment in those subcategories.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I do have one other thing to update you on, and that is distribution of the HERF 2 funds, student aid funds. We have a small working group that has been meeting over the past month to identify how to distribute those funds. And thankfully, SUNY finally provided guidance and provided us with a template to use. And I will share the template with you that explains how those funds will be distributed. So this is a template that was provided by SUNY, and it is all formatted for us, made it quite easy. Michael Fisher, our Associate Vice President of Enrollment Management, took on this task and completed it for review by the committee, and the committee reviewed it last week and signed off on it. So we have a total of 1.327 million in student aid funds, which is equivalent to the CARES Act amounts that we received in 2020. We were advised through SUNY guidance to break down our estimated family contribution award range in terms of number of full-time and part-time students. So based on these categories here, it shows the total number of students who qualify for awards. And to cut to the chase, we are permitted to set aside up to 3% of the award amount to use for other student aid purposes aside from following this template. And we have chosen to do that, and we have some ideas how to apply those funds. So we are expending 1.289 million and have approximately 38,500 remaining for additional use in supporting students affected by the pandemic. And then the actual award amounts appear below. And this was all calculated based on a formula provided in the template. And this again is for student aid funds only from the HERF2 grant.
This is Santa Abraham. I have a question.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
So this money goes directly towards the students' amount that they owe?
No. This is an emergency grant for them.
So we're giving them this money
Yes, we are.
like cash?
Well, yes.
I mean, in
well,
a form.
in a form of cash. Yes, Santa. Exactly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Barb Hamlin, I have a question. So they can use this money for anything? Is that the idea?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Dr. Urbatus? Dr. Urbatus, one question, just a comment and a question. First of all, again, I'm continually impressed by your team. We're down about 3.4%, where I think pretty much nationally it's down over 10%, right? I mean, it's double digit, pretty, so incredibly good job. And there's a question I have about the future, and looking at data, it appears that there's going to be well over 20 million students looking to enter into community colleges that are 25 and over. They're not our normal market. And so the question is sort of complicated. How are we looking at marketing to those? How are we looking, what are we going to be offering them? Do we have any sense of what they will be looking for as these are obviously people coming in to retool after the pandemic? And will there be support for this type of student coming in?
So I think
anything like that?
So I think our online programs are currently catering to adult learners, and we're seeing that in the demographic information that was reported in the fall 20 enrollment report. Our average age increased by 1 year for the fall over the fall 19. So online is indeed playing a significant role in terms of that demographic because it provides convenience. And also it is affordable in terms of we offer a competitive tuition rate to students. The other point I'd like to make is that we're seeing that students enrolling in our online programs, both FLCC online and SUNY online, are also increasing our diversity as well. Many of the students enrolling are coming from downstate, New York City metro area, Long Island. And there's actually a scatter plot that shows in the fall enrollment report that shows where we're netting students in our online programs. In terms of future opportunities, obviously, I think you may be aware that we have applied to offer new programs through SUNY Online. And we have yet to hear back from them in terms of a final yes or no. We had hoped to hear from them and launch new programs under SUNY Online this fall. That decision has been delayed at least until spring 22. But we offered 3 programs: engineering, science, teaching assistant, and what was the third one? Deborah knows.
Computer science.
Thank you, Deborah. I'm drawing a blank on it.
I couldn't get to my mute button. I was trying.
That's okay, but thank you. The other thing that we're investigating currently that I haven't shared with you because it's still in development stage. We're looking at replicating or adapting a parent promise program similar to a four-year college that offered this program in California, whereby we would offer parents of our students who have not completed a college degree, either have never completed a college degree or have credits but no degree, offer them the opportunity to attend FLCC at a discounted tuition rate similar to our early college scholars program. And this would be targeting students, parents of our students who live in our service area. We think that has potential, and we are working with the finance side of the house to do some economic modeling to determine what would be the minimal number of parent students needed to run the program and other details relative to that. So I'm hoping to be able to share more finite information about that program with you in the future. And hopefully it will be feasible. At this point, we don't know, but we are investigating that. In terms of marketing, so SUNY Online has their own marketing campaigns that they are implementing to promote SUNY Online, which is great because it supplements our own marketing. We have a two-tiered marketing approach for both traditional age and adult learners that focuses on brand awareness as well as lead generation. A primary focus in regard to adult learners is digital advertising. And we work directly with a firm by the name of Digital Hive, who has done a magnificent job for us in terms of lead generation, getting people to our website, getting them to click for more information, and then we capture that information in Slate in terms of their contact information, and we immediately start communicating with them. And one last thing relates to a new learning modality, and that's HighFlex. And that actually will be available for all students, whether they're traditional age or adult learners. And I don't want to take away Jonathan's thunder, but he could add any comments he chooses here. But it provides significant flexibility for students in that it's anytime learning. They can go to class, be in a face-to-face class, or they can, if they can't be in the class, they can catch up by viewing the lecture at a later time. It's a best practice that EAB, we have a membership with EAB, and it is a best practice that has been touted by EAB, and we have connected with them to learn more, and we are planning on launching that modality this fall. Jonathan, do you want to add anything?
Just that we already are teaching in that modality in two of our programs.
That is right.
Cybersecurity and smart systems technology. SUNY recognizes us as being a leader in HighFlex already, and we're just building on our expertise.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you, Carol. Very, very exciting changing times. Any other questions for Dr. Urbatus? That, thank you.
You're
Excellent
welcome.
report. And we'll move on to reviewing the resolutions, beginning with the activation discontinuance of AAS Nursing Joint Agreement with St. John's Fisher. Dr. Kaiser.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a bit of operational housekeeping by way of reviewing and approving our new nursing curriculum, which is going to a concept-based nursing curriculum that was approved by the state. We had to review all of our current articulation agreements or agreements with other institutions. We have different sets of types of agreements with four-year institutions. For instance, there's an articulation agreement. An articulation agreement guarantees junior status for our transferring students. We also have joint admissions agreements. Now, these joint admissions agreement they go one step further. They guarantee junior status for our transfer students, but they also guarantee a place in admissions. And they reduce the hurdles that students have to go through in terms of reapplying or applying to a four-year institution. So we currently already have a joint admissions agreement with St. John Fisher that many of our students already use. And with this agreement, at any point, they could, if they meet the admissions requirement, which is a GPA requirement, and they complete the intent to enroll, they're guaranteed admissions into St. John Fisher's. The agreement that we're discontinuing, or that I'm recommending to discontinue, has never been used by a student. It's 6 years old, and it has some operational hurdles that we did not ever see an advantage for students. For instance, it requires a student to make a decision about transfer before the end of their first semester. This agreement, I think the state, it's about 6 or 7 years old. This agreement, again, never has been used, where they were encouraged by the state to accelerate the BSN to 10 programs. Although several of these agreements apparently they were not well thought out. This we thought would have had an enhancement. It has a course that is overlapping. Our Nursing 215, which is a nursing seminar course, a student would take at our institution, but it would fulfill a similar or same requirement at St. John Fisher. How the agreement was originally written was that students would pay the St. John Fisher price. That created a financial burden and hurdle in terms of financial aid for our students. Hence, it reduced their choice by requiring them to make a decision in their first semester. And in terms of financial aid, it just never made sense. So we never had a student participate in this agreement. And it really just came to light a few months ago when we were getting our new curriculum approved by the SUNY. So based on this information, I'm recommending that we discontinue this agreement. St. John Fisher agrees with us, and through the research of figuring out what this agreement was all about, MCC had a similar agreement, and they just discontinued their agreement last year. So I'm going to pause and take any questions.
Questions for Dr. Kaiser?
All right, thank you.
Seems
I
pretty
wanted
straightforward.
Yeah, I wanted to give you the background because I wanted to make sure everyone realized we weren't losing anything for our students. It was never in their best interest. I can move on to faculty promotions.
Please do.
Thank you, Trustee Cushman. This is one of the more fun opportunities I have to do in terms of my role here, but it is a fair amount of work. What I'm recommending is the promotion of 12 of our faculty members. 6 faculty members will be moving from, or recommending to be moved from instructor to assistant professor. 3 are being recommended from moving from assistant professor to associate professor, and 3 from associate professor to full professor. The promotion committee consists of 6 faculty members and myself. We met on March 5th between 1 and 5 to review the promotion packets or teaching portfolios that each of these faculty members compile and submit to the committee. There are 6 sources of evaluation that we look at independently. There's a self-evaluation, there's peer letters, there's 3 peer letters. A third, there's a supervisor evaluation. Fourth, there's a reflection on their personal growth. Fifth is a memo that writes to their service to their department, service to the college, and service to the community. And sixth is our student evaluations. There's an optional 7th category that if something that they have done or achieved does not fit in the previous 6, they're welcome to submit. Based on the review of these promotion packets, we are recommending these 12 faculty members to be promoted to their next rank. And I fully support this list of recommendations, and I'm available to take any questions about the process that you might have.
Any questions?
Yep, this is Santa Abraham. I have a question. How many people typically submit an application for promotion?
That's a really good question. And it really varies. Some promotions are automatic. So when a faculty member, when a faculty member receives tenure or earns tenure, they're automatically moved from from instructor to assistant professor. There are other instances where a faculty member chooses, it's a lot of work to compile and submit their evaluation packets. So it's really up to each faculty member once they meet the requirement, and each rank has a certain requirement. You have to spend so many years within that rank before you're eligible for the next rank. And in that time, you're expected to fulfill all of these expectations in terms of service to the department, service to the institution. So it's really hard to say. I think this is one of the larger cohorts that I've seen. Typically, I'd say there's 4 to 8, and this semester we had 12.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry,
just a comment. It's a nice celebratory day for each one of these instructors, and we're happy to support them in these next steps. So this is a wonderful moment in FLCC's kind of chronological year, if you will. So nice work to the committee.
Trustee Martin, you're exactly right. The reason that it's one of my more favorite things to do is because it is a lot of work to review and evaluate each of these, but you really get to see the wonderful work that our faculty provide to our institution, but also to the community and to their disciplines. So many of them serve on professional organizations, they're leaders in their work, they're leaders within SUNY, and reviewing this work it reminds me of why it's I'm so lucky to be working in academia. So thank you. I'm ready to move on to sabbaticals, if that works.
Please, Dr. Kaiser.
Great. I am recommending 3 faculty members for sabbatical this semester. The sabbatical committee is an 8 faculty member committee plus myself. We met on March 12th between 12 p.m. and 4 p.m. We received 4 candidates. Each candidate submits a sabbatical application that walks us through the reason for their sabbatical, the work that they'll be doing, the timeline. It's fairly detailed. We receive that a few weeks ahead of time. We review, we send back for questions, and this iterative process to make sure that we fully know exactly what they intend to do. Sabbaticals are typically granted for formal education, for research, and creative scholarly activities. Upon review of each of those packets, we schedule a large chunk of time, like we did between 12 and 4. Each candidate is required to have a 45-minute interview with us where we spend about 25 minutes listening to their presentation, and then about 15 to 20 minutes with a question and answer back and forth. I am very pleased with the high integrity of this committee. They really ask tough questions, and there are really no assumptions that go without being uncovered in terms of making sure that the plans are very well thought out. So I'm pleased to recommend 3 faculty members for sabbatical. Tim Beeler, who will be working on revising his math textbook. So he's already published a textbook for our course Math 110, Mathematics of Money. This is primarily focused for business majors and finance majors. It's used beyond our own institution. I think Penn State uses it. I could be wrong about that, but I believe it's Penn State, but there are several other colleges and universities. It's really an accolade to us that we have a faculty member who's has this published mathematics book that's being used rather widely. And he is spending the majority of his sabbatical revising this and updating it. He's also using part of this time to research non-classical linear logic and how it applies to artificial intelligence. That conversation is way over my head. Please don't ask a question about it, because he was very articulate about it, but why this all applies, way over my head. But I'm very pleased to recommend Professor Bueller's for sabbatical. He is seeking a full year sabbatical at half pay. The second is Deborah Farrell. She's a humanities professor. She has a 600-page manuscript that's already complete, and she's in the revising phase for this. I've read pieces of it. It's beautifully written. It's a form of what's called fictionalized autobiography. It's depicting lives and stories of the Cuban experience from when she lived in southern Florida, in the Miami area. And she's returning to that area to meet with family and friends and colleagues to walk through some of these same spaces and verify this sort of autobiography fictionalized account. She is very articulate in how and why, how this brings, informs her pedagogy in terms of teaching her students both composition and creative writing. And I think it'll just be great. I have no hesitation about this, recommending this particular sabbatical, especially once you get a chance to read some of this work, because it truly is beautifully written. And then finally, last but not least, I'd like to recommend Kurt Nearing-Bliss. He is seeking some sabbatical for spring 2022. So this is a 1-semester sabbatical. Deborah Farrell, I failed to tell you that it was a fall sabbatical. So she's seeking fall sabbatical, so fall 21. Kurt Nearing-Bliss is interested in social annotation. He's been doing research around this. He teaches literary concepts, a lot of our honors programs in composition and our literary studies. And he uses this, if you can imagine, students are reading text and annotating it literally online, in person. It's a social endeavor where they're all annotating the same text and commenting on the text and each other's comments. And it's a way to bring learning and reading more visible and transparent, and it turns it into a social endeavor. And we know that students learn through a social act. They learn through interacting with each other. So it's really he could spend hours talking to you about how this builds scaffolding to his work. And he's so interested in this work around how the online and digital presence really enhances this ability, this social annotation. So it was really a pleasure to see the passion of these 3 faculty members really so apparent. They did an excellent job in their presentations. And I recommend their sabbatical with no hesitation. Any questions?
This is Santa Abraham again. How often can professors seek sabbaticals?
Great question. 6 years after continuous service. So tenured, it's only for tenured faculty. And after a tenured faculty has 6 years of continuous service, they're eligible for a sabbatical. So
How many times?
Once they receive a sabbatical, then they have to have 6 more years of continuous service before they're eligible again.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Great.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Very impressive group, and I love the fact that each of these sabbaticals brings benefit both to them and to the college and to the students ultimately. So 1 + 1 = 3. Although your first candidate would probably disagree with my math. Next up on the docket here is award degrees and certificates of the approved list of candidates for May. I know this is Dr. Nye's favorite part of the year.
It really is one of our favorite, it is our favorite day of the year. I think many people share that. This is really a piece of operational housekeeping. What I could do is attest that our faculty and our registrar attest to the accuracy of this list. We submit this every April. We are compiling this list of those who are eligible based on the success of their spring 21 courses. But really at this time, I really also want to use this time to talk about our commencement planning. We've asked Lenore, who's leading this effort, to talk with you a little bit about how we are planning this. I'm also available for any questions, but Lenore has been spearheading this work, and I really don't want to steal her thunder in terms of how she has been planning and outlining this work. So Lenore, if you don't mind updating us on commencement planning.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll give you a brief overview of what we're doing, and then you can ask me questions. So there's obviously been strong sentiment toward doing something in person after such a long period of time of being online. And we are fortunate with CMAC that it is a large outdoor but covered amphitheater, so we can have an event that is safe. So in coming up with an event, we are constrained by 2 COVID restrictions, and those are a 200-person capacity limit for the shell. And that includes all participants, their guests, the platform party, staff. And we also have to abide by the 6-foot social distancing rule and make sure no one is closer than that throughout the whole event. So what this does for us is it requires us to have many small sessions, many small ceremonies. So we have come up with 9 sessions at this point with 45 graduates per session. Each graduate can have up to 3 guests, and we'll have to do this over 2 days in order to make this work. And so this means the sessions will be very short. They'll be about 15 to 20 minutes long. We'll bring in a bunch of students, we'll line them up, we'll run them through. They'll have a chance to cross the stage with some family members there taking a picture. We will also have a professional photographer there and a backdrop so that they can be photographed with their mask off. They will be the only people who can briefly take off their masks. And then they will exit, and then we'll start it all over again. So students will have to register because we will need their contact information in case we have to do any tracing. And they have their times online. The times for the sessions are all online right now at flcc.edu/commencement. And students can look at that and plan. And registration will run from April 17 till April 23. Now, it is anyone's guess how many students will want to sign up and do this, but we do anticipate the possibility of needing more sessions. We have those in our back pocket ready to go if it's a very popular idea. So no one who signs up during the registration period will be left out. As far as our platform party goes, we have room for just 4 people on stage. And so that consists of the president, a faculty member who will read the names, a board member, and an additional person, and in some cases that will be a student. We still are working out who that 4th person is for all the sessions. And And so each of you are welcome to be at a session, and Janet has the list. You're welcome to contact me directly and just tell me if there's a particular session you're interested in being on the stage for, and we'll sign you up. And so that's my brief summary. Do you have any questions?
Lenore, this is George. You may have mentioned it. Will we be allowing students from last year that weren't able to
Yes.
march across the stage to march in this year's? Will they be in
Yes.
the same cohort or separate?
Students will be allowed to pick the session they want. We did not want to have any hurdles for participation for them. So although the sessions each have a theme, students can go to any session they want. They really will be virtually identical.
Excellent, thank you. Other questions for Lenore?
Do you anticipate selling these sessions out? Might there be a need for a 10th or 11th, or do you think 9 will accommodate?
I have no idea, but I'm planning 6 additional sessions if I need to do this.
Oh, wow. Okay. Plan B. Thank you.
We may need to get a larger board to fulfill all of those.
You can go back around and everyone can do 2.
That'd be our pleasure. Thank you, Lenore. Dr. Kaiser, any concluding thoughts on this?
No concluding remarks. Just that there will be 2 separate programs. So for 21 graduates and for spring 20 graduates. So students are able to walk at any time, but each cohort will have their separate written program. Correct, Lenore?
Correct.
Okay.
You just pick up the one that applies to you.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Kaiser. Thank you, Lenore. And our final resolution for consideration is to adjust the Finger Lakes Community College professional service positions roster. Ms. Palawchuk?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Cushman. In your board packet, you have a resolution to adjust the professional service roster. There's 2 positions that have new job descriptions. And just to be clear, these are not new employee headcounts or FTEs. They're just new job descriptions. One is in human resources. It's a human resources generalist job description. Some of you may know that Patty Zimmer is retiring. You've probably had the pleasure to work with her and hear from her from time to time here at your board meetings. And very happy for her to be able to retire and enjoy time with her family. And as a result of that, we are looking to redesign what some of the job descriptions look like. And this is a new title that we'll be adding to the HR department. The other one is the enrollment management specialist. And this is a new job description, which will be a non-competitive or paraprofessional position within the CSEA bargaining unit. We similarly did this with another position previously. It's the one-stop specialist. This again is a job description that's being created that a current employee would be placed into. So it's not adding a new position. Are there any questions about these 2 positions?
Any questions? You laid it out so well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to a strategic thought presentation, updating look at the board endorsed retention metrics. Looking forward to this, Dr. Orloff and Dr. Kaiser.
Great. Okay, we're looking forward to it too. I'm going to attempt to do the screen share, of course. 1 second. Are you able to see that okay? Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to go through the metrics and just sort of give you an update on it. And Dr. Kaiser will chime in with colorful examples as needed. But just to remind everyone what we're talking about, I think it was about a year ago, although time has moved in strange ways over the last year, that we came to you and discussed having specific metrics over and above the retention metric that exists in the strategic plan to specifically zero in and look at retention on a sort of more annual basis. And we presented to you some different metrics that you could consider, and ultimately these 5 metrics rose to the top as ones that we wanted to check in on more regularly. Now, a couple of them, and I'm going to point these out as we go in, are metrics that have to be updated at certain times of the year. So we'll look at sort of the most recent data and talk about what that can tell us, and then we'll sort of pick up the updating of that metric as those data become available. Nonetheless, I think it's really important that we look on a regular and consistent basis around the same time at where we are with these metrics. So without further ado, let's take a look at these items. So the first metric is a college readiness metric, and that looks at the percentage of students who successfully complete developmental education, who then go on to successfully complete the next level of the college course associated with that developmental education need. So this is by and far the sort of most complicated metric in that it's nested. There's really sort of 2 pieces that this metric is asking of us. And in addition to that, we want to look at that for both English and math, which are our 2 main areas of developmental education, and where we see students coming in with deficiencies that we regularly need to remediate. So taking a look at this first one, so this is looking at English, and remember, in addition to this PowerPoint, you have a sort of more complete report that has more than the screenshot. For those of you who really want to dig into the details, I'm looking at you, Trustee Cushman. But the screenshot's there to also help remind you as you look at the report, and just give us the high level things that we really want to make sure that we're hitting on, those key takeaways, as the slide says. So this, as I said, is sort of a little bit of a nesting doll of a metric. It's a little more complicated. And that is that first we're looking at the pass rate in the developmental education, so in this case in English, and then we're looking at, of those who passed developmental education, how many then went on to pass their next subsequent level. So in this case, English 101. And that helps us understand not only how are we doing with getting those students through developmental ed, but how are we doing once they get into their next course. So it's a sort of dual metric there. In addition to that, there are some really key context pieces here that are important because they're influencing the numbers that we're seeing in front of us. The most key piece of information here that I can share with you, and that Dr. Kaiser can elaborate on as necessary, is that the way we're approaching developmental education has been systematically re-examined over the last few years in ways that I think are fundamentally quite important, but are really changing, and almost changing sort of beneath our feet as we're looking at these numbers, how we're approaching developmental education. So that involves 2 really key changes. The first one of which is a change to how we're placing students into developmental education using multiple measures in both English and math. That means not just looking at one test taken at one day and one time, but using transcripts, courses from high school, SAT scores, an essay. There's a whole host of different measures that are looked at. It is a more complicated placement. It is more labor intensive, but it also is a better placement, a much more accurate placement. So we're not over placing into developmental education, and we're making sure that students who need help are getting help. That's the first key change, and that's in both English and mathematics. And the second key change, which has just started to take effect in English and is there's an impact of that on these numbers, is the development and implementation of a co-requisite model. And that means that students who place into a certain level of developmental education for English take English 101 at the same time. So that developmental course becomes almost like a lab that helps them get the extra help they need to get through that English 101. So let me just pause there and ask Dr. Kaiser if he has any additional thoughts, or also if you have any questions. And I promise this one is the most complicated.
No additional thoughts. You did a great job, Dr. Ortloff.
Get us all doctoring today. Okay, any questions from Board of Trustees members?
Deborah, this is Joan Geis. I think that's a great idea to have the English course along with the remediation.
Yeah.
It saves them taking two different courses at a different time. I mean, that's very, very good thinking on your part.
Yes, it is a national best practice. We didn't fully think of it on our own, but I think you're absolutely right. And in fact, we're going to get to another metric in a moment here that's basically about momentum. And one of the things that we know is that students who spend a long time in developmental education not getting to their regular college courses, they don't gain momentum, and that's much more likely that they don't complete. So that's a really good connection there to make. So let me just point out what you're seeing numerically here. It is impacted by all that context that I just gave you. The main thing here is that this is what we would call a lagging indicator. So what you see in the gray box is fall 2020, but we have to keep an eye on that number because students who just took developmental education, some of them have co-requisited, have already taken their English 101, but that will grow because not all of them did, and they'll go on and take English 101 in the future. So we have to continue to follow each year to get sort of a full picture. So the comparisons between, say, fall 2017 and 18 and even 19 are much more accurate than what we're going to get for the fall this year. So this is one of those ones that we keep up on, and it keeps telling us something. That being said, the actual completion of the developmental ed, that's the dark blue number, that's fairly consistent, right? Because that's each semester. And so you'll see that the rate for developmental ed placement was significant, has gone significantly down over time, or completion, excuse me, not placement. Okay, so same thing. We're going to take a look at it for mathematics, but similar context. And here we have a 50% completion rate of the next level, but that actually, if you look in the report, that only includes 4 students, right? 4 students who completed it in the fall. So again, just keep in mind, this is a lagging indicator. And as we continue to come back to you each year, this is going to become one that becomes more helpful as we keep looking at these data year after year. Any questions on that? Jonathan, did you want to add anything? Okay.
Nope.
All right, I'll move on to our next one, which is first term credit success. And Joan, to your point, this is one of the ones that looks at momentum, right? How do students do in their first semester? Do they get enough credits? And in general, we know students who do well in their first semester and take enough credits gain momentum and are much more likely to complete or be retained in order to complete. So what we find here is that our fall 2020 students had a lower success rate overall. So if you look over here, fall 2020, it's broken out into new students, transfer students, and total. So just taking the total as the easiest comparison, fall 2020 students in this cohort completed at a 58% rate versus a 65% rate. Now, not shockingly, I'm going to tell you that that's a COVID impact, and pretty much what I would have expected if you'd asked me last spring, what do we think this might do to student learning? And in general, that's what we're beginning to see. And there are a couple of other points in the data that we see what I would call a COVID impact. And the real question there is then continuing to work with those students. And there are a wide range of interventions that you've heard about from the provost area throughout his retention updates over the last few months that are really targeted at overall retention and improving overall retention, but also that have been specified around COVID and continuing to work with those students. I will also say that one of the things that has come up a lot in our planning for next fall, both around the stimulus monies and sort of broad stroke, how do we come back, is around thinking about students' gap in experience, whether it's here or whether it's at K-12, knowing that we may have a different cohort to reach out to, both for our new and continuing students. So I think these numbers are somewhat evidence of that. I would also note it's not as large a drop as what overall was predicted, and that's really a testament to all of the work that has been done to reach out to these students. Let me pause again and ask if there are any questions on this metric. Okay, we're going to go on to the next one, which is a straight up retention metric. So percentage of students retained from one semester to the next semester and then to the next academic year. Right now, we're just going to look at semester to semester. So we're going to look at fall to spring, and next fall, we'll look at fall to fall. So where are we with retention? So we actually have a really interesting finding here. We find that while our full-time students had a decrease in retention fall to spring, which again, aforementioned COVID effect is what we would have predicted and lines up with the lower course completion, our transfer students and our part-time students in particular have a higher rate. So we went from 71% to 81%, or vice versa, 71% this semester versus 81% last semester, fall to spring. But we went from 40% to 50% in our part-time students. So what's going on there? And my answer for both is this is likely a COVID impact. What we saw in general is we have more students dropping down to part-time status. So we have more students in that part-time population, which means there's greater variability in the strengths of those students. A lot of times our part-time students have so many other competing interests than our full-time students are able to sort of more focus on school. That's not necessarily the case with the COVID cohort. And secondly, we have a greater number of transfer students, in particular from four-year schools. So students who are at least theoretically coming in better prepared are going to be retained at a higher level. So these numbers are ones we're going to keep an eye on, and it may well be that a year from now, we're standing here looking at these metrics for next year and saying, well, that was a blip, right? Let's just look at that. And really, that's what we're going to have to look at as we come out of COVID. There's clearly an impact, exactly what that means and exactly what that long-term impact is going to be. We have to wait and see and wait and watch. Okay, any questions on that particular part? Right, so while we're talking about retention, I wanted to just go into a little bit more detail about who's being retained within that fall to spring. So when we look at program matriculation, not a big shock here. Students who are fully matriculated, who are matriculated into a program, they're retained at a much higher rate. And that's what we would see normally. So that's not a big change outside of the COVID environment. However, we also saw that students who are from our service area were retained at a higher rate. It's also not super dissimilar, but it was at a little bit higher rate than what we normally expect. And we also saw that white and Asian students were retained at a higher rate than students of color. This is not completely out of the norm. When we look at our other data, or we look at some of our VFA comparable data that looks at cohorts from a longer period ago. This is pretty much in line. So I'm not seeing anything where I say, oh my goodness, COVID has had this really big impact on a particular population. That would be something I would be more alarmed about and saying, hey, I think let's have a conversation here. In general, these patterns are lining up, other than the pattern I pointed out with the part-time to full-time. Okay, so moving on to our fourth metric. This is another momentum one, right? But this one is looking at a longer term. So much like that first metric, this is a lagging indicator and one we have to keep checking in on in order to really see how we're doing. So this year, the first year that we're looking at it together, since you've decided on these metrics, it's helpful, but not quite as helpful as it'll be as we continue to watch it and monitor it. So this metric, just to summarize, percentage of students who reached the credit thresholds by the end of year 2, right? That other one looked at that first semester, and this looks at that whole 2-year process. So 24 credits is what we like to see in part-time students, and 42 credits is what we would want to see in full-time students. And overall, as I said, what we're able to see right now is what happened for students who started in fall 2017 and fall 2018. That's the percentage who've achieved that. And in the gray box, we've grayed out 2019 and 2020 because those are still in progress, right? We're going to need to keep looking at that. So they tell us right now that we may be a little bit low in our credit completion for fall 2020, especially in the part-time realm. But that is most likely due to that other metric that we looked at, right? There's a relationship there that first semester is showing up. However, for this one, it's going to matter what we do now. How do we help these students now as they come out of COVID? And that will show up in this metric, and we'll want to watch that as that continues to be a lagging indicator for us. Last one is not one that we can update right now, but I didn't want to leave it out. So we had our full package of the 5 that you all have chosen, and that is looking at graduation rates. You've seen these numbers before. This is the most recent information we have on the different cohorts that are looking at it, but we will be updating this over the summer with this year's graduation information and be able to put in additional cohort information. So that brings me to the end of the 5 metrics, but let me invite Jonathan to add any colorful anecdotes that he would like to add.
You did a great job. I don't have anything to add.
And could I answer any questions from the board, please?
Any questions for Dr. Orloff?
No, just a comment again. It's impressive that the focus is laser focused, if you will, and not just packed full of information, but relevant information. And thanks for keeping it moving this forward. It's important and it's relevant. Nice work.
Thank you. I think it is too, and more to come as we continue down this path together.
I will agree with Chairman Martin. The data have gotten better and better over the past couple of years I've been involved here, and just I've been able to. It's been great that to come in at a time where I could witness that. One question I do have is that last year you did a pretty amazing job with reaching out to students who we had lost and really determining why. And of course, it's all over the board. Most of it is all about life getting in the way.
Yep.
Will you be doing something similar to cross-reference back? So as we look at what dipped in COVID, if there were elements that stand out?
We will look at some of that as this year concludes. We have some different forms of data this year, so it probably won't be the exact same outreach that we did last year. Part of that is bandwidth, etc. But we do have some really good additional information that has come from the calling campaign and also from the Guided Pathways Project, which is undertaking a whole host of focus groups under some guidance from us. So there's some methodological guidance there from APCI, but they're really taking the lead on it, which is great to see, and also important for some of the conversations that need to have. So we have some other ways of looking at that, and we'll start pulling some of that together probably more over the summer. So that's the basic answer. So I guess my answer is yes, but not exactly the same thing.
Right. And a lot of,
Deborah,
and a
this
lot of
is
that's
Jonathan.
more,
I would just
more
add that our
qualitative.
Bridges effort also is adding a whole series of interviews and focus groups with students and people in the community. So I think we have additional information in terms of getting the student voice in front of our analyses.
Right, and a lot of that's qualitative, so it's really kind of bringing much more life and even some granularity to these. Yeah,
and it's really quite important operationally. Qualitative data is so important for making more nuanced operational decisions. I'm also slightly biased because I would consider myself a qualitative researcher first. I just don't get to do that as much.
It's wonderful work again. Any further questions for Dr. Orloff, Dr. Kaiser? Well, we thank you. Really outstanding work here.
Right.
This is really important for the board to understand, and we really appreciate you doing all that detailed work.
No problem.
And I read it all ahead of time very carefully, so well done. Appreciate it well in advance as well.
Excellent.
Okay. And that concludes the Education and Planning Committee meeting. So I will love to get a motion to adjourn from my colleagues.
George, this is
I have one from Donna. I have one from Donna and a second from Joan. Thank you very much. We'll adjourn.
Thank you, Trustee George. Appreciate that. And again, a packed full agenda, and thanks very much for the information that's been shared. We're going to move right into the Finance and Facilities Committee, and Trustee Don, take it away.
Thank you, Chairman Steve. I'd like to call the April 7th meeting of the Finance and Facilities Committee to order. Ask if there's any additions or corrections to the minutes. Okay, there being none, Christine, could you start us off, please?
Don, she may not be connected yet. This is Janet. Might take her a minute to connect.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello, Christine.
I am going to share my screen so I can give you the latest financial update. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, thank you. So to start off our financial update, we'll start with the Audit and Finance, or the 2019-20 audit update. We're still working with Bonadeo and to complete the audit to present to the May board meeting. In front of you, you see the updated spreadsheet that is included in your packet. You will notice that the financial overview for this time indicates that revenue in 2020-21 is at 76.7% of budget. In comparison to the same time last year in 2020, it was at 80%. That's a decreased variance between years of 9.3%, largely due to the fact that we're short one state aid payment within this year. If you look at the expenses for the same time frame in 2021, we're at 54.7% of budget, and in 2020 we were at 56.8%. This is a decreased variance between years of 1.9%, which we seem to be trending on over the last couple of months, right around the 1-2% range. If you focus now on our projections, you will notice that the projections are based on the percentage of prior years final numbers we've used to project for this year. The finite budget to actual and the approval This projection also includes the approval of the proposed New York State budget, which we thought would be done by now, but is not. Therefore, it indicates a decrease from the 20% cut of state aid to the 5% to a 5% cut in state aid, increasing our revenue received from New York State. With these projections as forecasted right there on your screen, we anticipate a projected move to fund balance of $155,105. If you go in and we add our stimulus funds for Carissa of $3.3 million, you will see that that changes our projected roll to fund balance to approximately $3,455,105. These projections, as I said, are based as a percentage of actual year-end actuals to last year. And Dan Dupe is going to join us now to discuss the Carissa stimulus funds awarded to schools. Dan, are you online? Can you guys hear me?
Christine, if Dan doesn't show, let's give him a few minutes and keep going. We'll bring him back in afterwards. And we'll have Kathy as well. He might just be a few minutes late.
Okay. I stopped sharing my screen as that was the end of the financial presentation and update. Does anybody have any questions regarding what I had on the screen previously? Or if you do have Carissa questions, I certainly can try and address them as Dan's joining us.
I guess I would just, oh, go ahead, Donna. Go ahead, Donna. I'll defer.
My only question was going to be to ask you about the administrative paperwork side of this.
Sorry, Donna, go ahead.
No, I was just wondering if there was clarity about what was going to be needed and how complicated is it going to be?
So typically I've been responsible for managing our federal grant awards in the past, and we maintain typically the feds can come in and audit us separately for their funds. So we maintain strict financial records in separate general ledger and revenue accounts in order to be able to address all of their questions and needs in the future. It's not anything any different than the institution is used to doing with our federally awarded grants. Though this will be housed in our operating budget, we'll manage it the same way so that we can meet any reporting needs.
Any other questions? While we wait, Kathy, if you could do the facilities update.
Sure, I'd be happy to. Everybody hear me okay? Great. So I didn't have a lot to put on the list other than the nursing project, which we're very excited. So through a series of bids and reviewing the bids, we do have a real project. So yay for us. I want to spend just a minute on that. And Dr. Nye did ask that I spend a little time on some of the schedule of what's going to happen in the next few weeks, because it's going to start to get real busy real quick. If you look at the budget, we had a $6.9 billion project starting in 2020, and that was through donations of about $3,450,000 from the Sands Family Foundation, Student Corporation, and the association. And of course, we have that SUNY match. So we went and worked with the design team, and as you remember, we had LaChase Construction, who was there for looking at constructability and providing cost estimates throughout the way. And in December of 2020, they had our final design development cost estimate that showed about a $300,000 deficit based on their estimates. So the foundation, through some conversations, and we very much support and appreciate it, they gave another $200,000 toward the project, which would add $400,000 because SUNY matches that. And then, of course, with the O building, the proceeds, it was approved to go towards that donation as well. So in the end, just before the bids came in, we had a $7.3 million budget. In short, the bids came in at 7.2. So we're in very good shape. And this did include some alternates. One of them was a HoloLens renovation up on the 4th floor, which is wonderful. And then a couple other just better constructability items. And we do have a couple architectural things that we're putting on hold to see if we have enough money. Now, please note that that still includes a significant contingency budget and some allowances. So we're going to go down that path and be good stewards of those monies associated with the construction. The awarded contracts, the construction manager is LaChase. As you know, they've been involved since day one. The general contractor is GM Criselli. They're from Syracuse, New York. They have not done any work at the college or for the county. However, the other primes have worked with them and have had some really good experiences. And they showed a lot of due diligence associated with the bidding and their interview. They did very well. HVAC contractor is Danforth. They're right out of Victor. I personally have done a lot of work with them. And what's really nice is they have a very large manufacturing plant, if you will, and they do their own sheet metal, really high quality control within their environment. Plumbing is Postler and Jekyll. Again, I know them very well, along with LaChase knows them. And then electrical is Connors Haas, and they've done a lot of work at the college, and they're just finishing up the small restroom renovation at the college or at CMAC. Any questions about that?
So I do have one, Kathy, and you referenced a 4th floor alternate. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that alternate.
Yeah, so that's where the HoloLens work is going on right now. It's the old
okay.
B440, if you remember. It was a large conference room. And so we elected to keep it there based on some of the early on construction cost estimates.
Okay, thanks.
And I can continue with the schedule. I see that Dan's on. I'll be another probably 5 minutes if we're good for me to just finish.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and finish?
All right, thank you so much.
Kathy, I have a question. It may not be for you. It's just about the financing of it, because the SANS money is not actually in hand. How are we going about that?
So the SANS money, they give an annual contribution for a 10-year period, and then all of the monies is being bonded through Ontario County. And that's about all that I can answer that, but I believe that, and maybe Dan and or Christine can help me with that.
I'm guessing that the county's bonding, and then the
Yes.
money on a 10-year period will just pay back the annual bond payment.
Correct. That's correct. You say it a little better than me, but I got the bonding part in. I understood that.
Yeah.
So as far as the schedule, very briefly, just so that everyone understands the activity that's about to happen. April 19th, on that Monday, the O building will start being dismantled. We anticipate probably 2 weeks for dismantlement, and we've been working with the contractor in Ontario County associated with a demolition permit, insurances, and safety plans. On April 22nd, the Ontario County Board of Supervisors will approve the contracts. On April 26th, we will have a pre-construction meeting. On April 26th that week, we will also self-perform and dismantle the hoop house, which is behind the greenhouse because it's adjacent to construction, and we really need to be able to get in with equipment in that area. On May 3rd, outside construction preparation will begin. You'll start seeing trailers come to the back behind the gym. We will also be starting a temporary emergency exit out of the hallway on the 3rd floor down into the courtyard. On May 10th, we will be moving out the nursing equipment and massage therapy, and we will start doing some things inside to just get some movement. On May 20th, which is 2 days after graduation, or 2 days after spring semester, we'll start prepping for construction, but really the work will start on that Monday, which is May 24th on the inside. And during that week, we'll also be moving marketing to the community standards area and the community standards to temporary locations so we can renovate the existing marketing area starting on June 7th, so that in August we can move people up to the marketing / wellness area. And then in December, we'll move in the student health and the wellness area. And that's very fast and very brief, but there's a lot of things going on. And I think Dr. Nye and I absolutely agree with him. Everyone needs to know. Any questions about that? Okay, that's all I have. The other projects, they're going, they're moving. And then I hope at the next board meeting, I can talk a little bit about the capital plan for the next 5 years I'm working with Ontario County on. Thank you.
No questions, Kathy. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Dan, the floor is yours for your part of the financial report.
Okay, thank you. Christine, would you be able to pull the financials back up just so we can go over kind of the stimulus numbers within there? Thank you. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
Okay. We went over at the finance committee meeting and I was jumping on here to talk a little bit about the stimulus dollars and how they'll affect us into the future. So basically the stimulus dollars, because we're not going to be able to spend all the money on new projects, new things in the current 12 to 18 months, what their guidance is and what our allowance is on these stimulus funds is we can use them as lost revenues. We can use them for new expenses in this year associated with COVID. We can go all the way back to March 2020. And on the lost revenue side, we don't need to have an expense necessarily associated with it. So one thing that we looked at just quickly the other day when we were on the phone call is you can see other counties. We have 8 million last year versus 6 million this year. So we could look at $2 million in lost revenue right now that we could associate to the Carissa funds for this year. So that's why you see when we look at this financial projection, that end of year number, that's why you see $3,455,000 going into the fund balance. If you were to remove the CARES and the Carissa funds out of there, you would see we'd actually be putting into fund balance this year on a projected basis. So we still have, see how we would be going in as Christine takes those numbers out, you see we would be in a deficit of almost $800,000 this year on the projected basis. So the CARES and the Carissa funds, the newest, the ARP funds, the American Recovery Plan funds, one, we don't have finalized numbers yet. We believe that we're going to be somewhere in the $5.7 million range with those for Finger Lakes. Those will have, I'm guessing, similar guidance. We might be able to use them for different things going into the future. The great part with those funds is that came with $5.7 million of additional dollars to students also. So it's about $10.4 million to Finger Lakes. 5.7 of it goes to students, 5.7 of it stays with the institution to be used. Again, we don't know 100% what the guidance is going to look like yet, but we're anticipating it's going to be pretty flexible. Does anybody have any questions on the stimulus?
So Dan, I do, and maybe you could clarify for the trustees. Although we may not know the timing, there is a time frame in which we need to use these funds. Or let me ask it in the form of a question: is there a time frame in which we need to use these funds? Do we know that yet?
Yes, there is a time frame in which we would need to use these funds. The CARES and the Carissa funds, and Christine, I know that you've been out on the G5 account. I think that they go out to September of 2022, I believe, or 2021. Christine, do you know what the date is on those?
January 2022.
January 2022. So just after the new year. The newest ARP, from what I'm hearing right now, they're going to give 18 months on that from March. So we would be into September, if my math's right, like September of 2023, possibly, to use those funds. The biggest thing is we've got to get them downloaded in the system. Right now, we're hoping that, and again, with me being on vacation, I'm not 100% sure if there's been an email yet from Division of Budget for us to go ahead and download the rest of those funds. I know we downloaded what we needed to be under the 90 days. But I believe we'll still have pretty limited guidance from the state, and we'll be able to stick with the federal guidance on the spend and on the lost revenues.
Dan, just to clarify your perspective, what you just said, we have not received any additional guidance while you've been on vacation as to drawing down those funds.
I didn't believe so.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Dan. Back to vacation.
Well, I'll talk to you real quickly about the state budget items that came out. So right now, the 21-22 enacted budget would have a $50 increase to the base aid FTE funding. So it would go from $2,947 in FTE to $2,997 in FTE. In the budget, they also reestablished the base, so the floor funding that we had in 1920. The new base is, let me see here, it is 98% of the 2021 approved base aid budget. So if we were to look at our budget, Christine, can you pull that back up real quick? Sorry about that. It would be 98% of that 12,000,099. I don't believe we'll have to worry about that. On that state aid, that budget number, if you click on the 99607, yeah, so it would be 98% of $12,009,935. That's our base aid for 2021. So we wouldn't go any lower than that. And what we would basically see is when we do our end of year reconciliation to state aid, worst case scenario is we would go down to 98% of that amount.
Dan,
yes.
would you consider this state budget, this current year state budget, and the elements in it that affect FLCC to be a positive?
Yes, it's what's going to affect 2021, which is the current year we're in, and 21-22. It is a positive for Finger Lakes, positive for all of us, actually.
This is Jeff. Even off the top of your head, if that $50 increase in the FTE funding, do we have a ballpark number of what that does means to the college? How much additional revenue does that $50 increase generate?
It'll be based on if we're at the 98% or not. If we're at, so if our FTE are better than the 98%, it would be, and Deborah, I think I saw you on here. Our FTE are about what? Do you remember? Or Christine, do you have our FTE right there? I want to say it's like 3,800. So it'd be basically 3,800 times $50. So times 50, probably about, yeah, about 190, 100, 200,000, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
Yeah, 190.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dan?
Yes.
Just for clarification, when the community colleges talk about base aid, they usually are talking about a particular number per FTE. Like base aid, we're asking for $100 FTE, or we're asking for $150 FTE. Is there a number per student?
Yes.
Okay.
So we got a $50 increase on that number per student from this last year. So the number was $2,947, so $2,947 per student. And in 21-22, it'll be $2,997 per student.
And last year's rate was
2,947, but when we originally were paid, we were paid 20% less than that 2,947. We're starting to see that come back for 2021.
So I suppose that was the point I was trying to get to was, are we making up ground, or are we still going to be behind all the
No.
community colleges?
We're over, it all depends on how you look at it. If you look at it as a pot of money, so if we looked at it as a pot of money, our pot of money is still decreasing because enrollments across the board are decreasing. So if you look at it from a, let me just see what the number was previously. I want to say, and Dr. Nye, you probably have some of this information also. Community college base aid for the 2021 enacted budget, so the budget that we're in right now, was $431.2 million. That's what was enacted. Under the, even with a $50 increase in the 2022 enacted budget, they're anticipating that number to only be $412.6 million. So an $18.6 million decrease to all of the community colleges overall. Obviously, some will win, some will, some will get more because their FTE are more, some will get less because their FTE are less. But when the state looks at it, they look at it as the totality of all community colleges. What are we getting? So when we look at that, that's why we wanted to look at that flat funding model. So if we looked at a flat funding model, we want to say we still want 431 million spread across our students. They're still looking at it from an FTE model with a base of the 98% of 431, which I'm going to guess what's that, about 82% on there is probably about, I don't know, $3 million, $4 million. So it's still a decrease in the overall bucket.
Thank you.
Yep.
So Dan, I have another question that with regard to chargebacks for counties outside of Ontario, is that something that we're able to estimate yet, or is it too early in terms of understanding what some of those hard dollars might be, or student dollars might be?
Now that we have the state number, and once we put that into the formula, that'll help us generate what our overall contribution from the county and the counties and the student fees for tuition and fees. And that formula all comes together to figure out what the county chargeback rate will be. I'm going to guess it's not going to fluctuate too much, but we'll see once we get these new numbers into the formula, along with what we're doing on the expense side also. And we still have to, and this is what we're still working with SUNY, is how the stimulus dollars, we've got to somehow back the stimulus dollars out of this formula, because if we put it in, it's going to look like it's more, it's less state money, more federal money, and it's going to impact the overall chargeback rate. So we're still trying to figure out how to remove that from the calculation, along with the expenses that are going to be associated with that.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, and again, I'll just state my opinion. I won't speak for others. But it's wonderful that there's federal stimulus dollars. It's wonderful that it's trailing through the state to us. But these are one-time dollars. These are not permanent annual dollars we're going to see year in and year out. And so it's terrific that they're coming our way. But just some caution around that in terms of getting kind of wrapped up in the numbers as we sit here in April of 2021. Situation likely will be very different next year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Dr. Nye and the cabinet and everyone, we've talked about that these are one-time dollars. We really should be looking at one-time expenses or expenses that are, 2 to 3 years over a short-term period in which we can, get them taken care of. Hopefully they'll return a positive ROI into the future. That would be great. But again, these funds are not going to replenish themselves. They're going to be gone once we spend them.
Well, you certainly don't want to spend to that level because, as you say, 2 to 3, 4 years from now, all of a sudden you have a significant structural issue. And and I know everyone's on top of that. I just wanted to make sure we got that out there.
Yep, absolutely. Any questions for me on the state budget stuff? And I didn't, I don't know, and Dr. Nye, I don't know if did we have any capital that we put through this year?
We did, and it was supposed to be approved. All the capital requests that were put in were approved according to the semi-enacted budget. So that we shouldn't have any concern that I know of right now in terms of what our capital programs are for right now. And Dan, you were exactly right in what you were saying about there are winners and losers and the overall state aid. And the 98% floor means that if you get more, if you have more students, you're okay. If you don't, you're essentially, if you're the best you can be at, if you're losing students is 98% of last year, plus the difference of the $50 that Dan talked about. And that's where there's winners and losers in terms of what that means. So it's a little early to tell. But our capital budget, all the things we're putting in the capital budget, we told were approved, at least for right now. But that's an enacted budget.
Yeah, there's always the concern with the enacted budget with those because, and I don't know, Dr. Nye, if the presidents have talked about this, we have as the business officers. For some reason, the state over the last 3 years has stopped putting the appropriation in the budget specific to the projects that were submitted. They always used to do that. So if we put in a $2 million project, it would be outlined in the capital budget and say $2 million Finger Lakes. They're just, for whatever reason now, and again, it's been over the last 3 years, and I haven't heard of any issues, but they approved $14.6 million for community colleges. It happens to be the same exact amount of what was submitted with county sponsor resolutions, but it's not outlined again. It's still 14.6 million to community colleges. So they didn't outline the specific project.
Yeah, actually they did, at least
Did
in the document that I got this morning, that it outlines the specific projects for the 14.6 million.
Okay, I just got the one that Josh sent, and he just said, representing the 50% funding, the community college caps are not specifically outlined in the enacted budget. So I'm not.
I'll send you what we got. It was sent early
Okay.
this morning. It came from Josh's organization through NICAP.
Okay. Yeah, if you could send that one to me, that'd be great.
Sure.
Any other questions?
Trustee Cass, not a question, but can I personally thank Dan for allowing me to twist his arm to be here on vacation?
Absolutely.
He's on Padre Island and down near Corpus Christi right now with his family. So Dan, thank you so much for taking time to be with us tonight.
No problem. You got me out of the sun for a little while.
Thank you very much, Dan.
Thank you, folks. Have a good evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, now we have resolutions. Michelle, you have the first two.
Yes, thank you. In your packet, you have a resolution for the acceptance of an agreement for a temporary financial consultant. This is to provide some additional support in Christine's organization. You probably wouldn't notice by the calm, cool way that she presents to you, but she's been sort of doing 3 jobs in the recent months. And so this is to provide her some additional temporary support through Pronexus, with whom we've secured some other temporary consultants in the past. And this is at a rate no more than $100 per hour and not to exceed $74,000 through the end of August. Any questions about this one?
Just one question, Michelle. This is Jeff. How are we funding this?
Well, we're funding this because we've had a number of positions vacant in that department for several months now. So,
Okay,
yeah,
so you're just transitioning those funds for the consultant.
right,
Okay, thank you.
certainly. If there's no other questions on that one, I'll move on to the next one. The next one that you have is a resolution to authorize a review of fall 2020 employment reduction actions. This is to authorize the president to review the retrenchment and layoff actions that we implemented last fall in light of our revised financial picture, which you just heard about. There aren't any decisions at this point, but this is just to authorize the president to conduct a review of those decisions. Any questions about this?
Donna? Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you, Don. Michelle, I'm just interested in knowing how the unions are communicating with you about this review of retrenchment.
Well, certainly they have a lot of questions. They're aware, though, that we planned to get your authorization tonight to conduct that review, and we've set up meetings with them over the next couple of days to talk with them about where we go from here.
This is Jeff. I'll just make one comment, and that is remembering what Chairman Martin said about these funds being one-time funding streams, and to be cautious about reinstating things that are going to go on for a long-term basis, which we'll eventually have to find funding for ourselves. So, but I support the review.
Absolutely. Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this resolution?
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Dr. Abedas, the authorization to extend a contract for interim financial aid support.
Yes, thank you. So we are proposing to extend the interim Director of Financial Aid contract, which ends as of April 30th to July 9th for the purpose of having the consultant assist with the implementation of the Aleutian Colleague Financial Aid Self-Service module, which is absolutely critical because the current module that we are using will end as of June. And she has expertise in using the Aleutian Colleague Financial Aid Self-Service module and is an ideal individual to help with the implementation of that software. In addition, she will also be assisting with procedural changes that will be occurring in the financial aid office. A few procedures that were currently housed in the student accounts office are transitioning to the financial aid office. And we want to ensure that her expertise is applied in terms of training staff. And also a bit of good news, we anticipate having a new director of financial aid on board who will also have some overlap with the consultant and can be oriented to changes in the office that have occurred over the past several months.
Any questions? Thank you, Carol.
You're welcome.
And the last one, a resolution to approve a purchase from E+ for HighFlex classrooms. John Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Cass, and good evening, everyone. Before the board tonight is a resolution to approve a purchase from E+ to install HighFlex capabilities into a total of 34 of our classrooms on main campus and at the campus centers. Please note that this is HighFlex capability, and those installations do not preclude those rooms being used for face-to-face or other modalities. So in other words, those rooms can be used for all modes of instruction: face-to-face, synchronous, asynchronous, and HyFlex. These are high-quality installations, and the designs have been achieved by my team working closely with Ryan McCabe, the academic department chairs, and many individual faculty members who have engaged with us on multiple occasions while we work through the designs. I'm aware there was a series of 4 listening sessions as well, and the input that we achieved was very important and taken very seriously for effective pedagogy using this capability. I thank the faculty and everyone involved for their interest and their engagement on this, and refinement is going to continue to be ongoing, of course. I'd like to point out that along with being a best practice, the offering of the HyFlex modality is also an empathic academic practice in that it provides the ability of a student to experience the in-personness, yes, that's a word I coined, in-personness and face-to-face and synchronous experiences, as well as the option to watch a lecture later on. And that removes the time block dependency that really gets in the way so often in the busy world of our students. That said, I want to stress that we have focused on high quality equipment for audio, video, and monitoring for the future. We engaged with E+ because they have experienced staff in creating this capability in academic spaces, and we're excited to be able to have them working with us. We also learned a great deal from our synchronous telepresence effort over the last 3 years, which afforded us the opportunity to work with this equipment and with the faculty who were using it. Robin Campo, our coordinator of instructional technology and user support on my staff, is the point person on this, and I've asked her to join us tonight in case you have questions that I can't answer. So thank you for joining us, Robin. Wave, where are you? Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Our great faculty working with Robin and her team continue to put us on the leading edge of quality for new instructional technologies. And to close, I'd like to say that in the long years to come, I am confident that these capabilities will serve our students well into the promise of tomorrow, engaging them in ways that are effective for teaching and empathic in our offering to support their success in life. We're proud to be able to build and participate in these important offerings. And with that, I'll ask if we can answer any questions.
This is Jeff. Quick question. You talked about a certain number of these being distributed over the main campus and the campus. I was just wondering if you've gotten to the stage yet where you've actually calculated out how that's going to be distributed over those facilities.
Yes, Robin, could you enlighten us?
Sure. When we're done with this whole program, we'll have 41 HyFlex capable classrooms across all the different campus centers, including Mueller, Viticulture, 3 at Victor, 2 at the Geneva Campus Center, and 2 in Newark. We'll have 14 traditional classroom setups. We'll have 4. I know several of you have been in the existing synchronous classrooms that we have on main campus. 4 of them will add a camera to the front of the room so that for those classes that are more discussion group based. We also, I'm not sure if anybody had a chance to participate on Professional Development Day and see Brian Beatty's presentation, but he displayed a picture of something called an active learning classroom. We are very excited to be designing one of those on the 3rd floor of the college. It basically has a traditional instructor-led setup, but then it also has 5 individual group pods where group work can be done with in-person students and students who are joining via WebEx. And then the other thing we wanted to add, because we got this quite a bit of this in feedback, is carts. We're adding 6 carts that will also be available, 1 at each campus center and 3 at main campus for different classes and classrooms to share. I know that's not a total, well, I did give you the total number is 41, but any more questions?
I had a question for Robin or John. Do we find ourselves in a unique position compared to maybe other community colleges, whether it be in our region or across the state, or if in fact other community colleges implemented this style of learning?
It's frankly all over the board. In conversations with my peer at OCC, they have not made an investment to the level that we have in HyFlex technology, and I believe that's really not going to help them in the long run. Other colleges are getting into this, but I have to say, we presented at the SUNY Technology Conference this very technology nearly 2 years ago now. There's a lot of interest around it when we presented it. Robin actually presented. And everyone was interested in what we were doing because it was high quality. And that's the key. Faculty really need to be able to see that student at the other end. It can't be a lousy picture. It has to be crisp. And you have to be able to interface with that student, see their eyes, see their body motions, and the student as well, to see the instructor and to hear well and to be able to read writing on a whiteboard. We have a thing called Snap to Whiteboard in these installations that allows for that. It's so important, the quality. And I think we find ourselves in a bit of unique position because we got into the synchronous telepresence and we got that experience with that high quality equipment. And now we know where we want to go with this. And we've got the experts working with us as well. And so I think along with our great online offerings, we've moved in sort of an evolution of modalities here. And it's a very positive thing. So Steve, I think it is unique. I really think that we're actually in an elite class. And SUNY, as others have said, are looking at us and saying, what's FLCC doing? They seem to be doing really well with this. And I'm very, very proud of that and our faculty to work all this together on this.
The audio issue was just raised in the listening session that we had on, what's today? Today's Wednesday, Monday. And that's a really important issue. A lot of our competitors are using Amazon quality webcams and mics, and they notice the difference, especially the students who are sitting at home participating remotely. Big difference. So I think the quality, when it comes to the quality of the equipment that we're using, I'd like to think that we're in a leadership role there.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
So I'm not sure where this falls, but have we worked out all of the intellectual property issues that were associated with people being able to have much wider access to the materials?
I think, Jonathan, you could probably speak to this because we just went through a policy regarding recordings. And so maybe that would be best if you addressed it, Jonathan.
Sure. That policy really had to do with privacy in terms of lecture. But I think what you're asking is a very pertinent question. And we already have an intellectual property policy in place. And this will not influence it because it's not changing any modality. It's literally multiple modalities combined into one new, highly flexible modality. But that intellectual property piece stays the same regardless if it was an asynchronous online, synchronous online, or in person. Great question, though.
Anyone else?
Yes, this is Santa Abraham. I have a question. So if these classes can be recorded or are going to be recorded, who has access to these recordings? Is it just the people registered for that particular class? Or is it open to the public?
That's exactly right. It's only for the people registered for that class. So, and I want to make sure that this is enhancing our classroom technology broadly. So let's suppose there's an in-person class. The fact, and it's not being broadcast in terms of, it's not a high flex class being broadcast live remote. A faculty member still has the option to capture their lecture, and then make that available to students even if they're not even if it's not offered in an asynchronous. This is really a great way to enhance our classroom experience with technology, regardless of whatever modality we're using. And I think John's point that we're really doing this in a high quality way differentiates us significantly from our peers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Hey, thank you, Robin and John, and
Thank you very much.
Kaiser.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robin.
Yeah, we have a couple of informational items. Dr. Urbatus, do you want to talk about yours?
Absolutely, thank you. So we have been doing business with Parchment, and they provide a online transcript ordering and distribution service for the college. The term is for 3 years. And they actually dropped the charge from $250 to $245, which was a little bit of a surprise to us. But this enables students to request transcripts online and have them delivered online versus the former paper process. Students have benefited from it, and Parchment is a well-known firm that provides this service in the higher ed industry, in the higher ed market.
Questions? Thank you, Carol.
You're welcome.
And Christine, budget transfers?
You'll notice the last item included in your finance packet is the list of budget transfers. That's just reallocating funds across our operating budget in order to best meet the needs of our functionality, our areas of function. If you have any questions about those, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. I ask for a motion to adjourn. Barb, a second?
So move.
You can have a second, please? Thanks,
Second.
Rich. Thanks, Rich. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Steve.
Thank you,
it's all
Trustee.
yours.
Appreciate that. So we're gonna set 6:45 as our next start. We'll start promptly at 6:45. Ask that you come on just a couple minutes early, since we will be going live stream once again, and that'll enable our IT folks to get us started. So we'll step away for about 15 plus minutes, but to see everyone, how about 6:43 with a 6:45 start? Thank you. Okay, folks, welcome back. And Rick, I believe you have an announcement.
Chairman Martin, yes, we are now live streaming in about 5 seconds. You can proceed. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that, and welcome back to everyone. And we will call to order the meeting of Wednesday, April 7th, 2021 of the Board of Trustees of Finger Lakes Community College. And I think it's important to note that although we will move through this agenda quite rapidly, there's an awful lot of work that goes on in committees that's done not only prior to this meeting, but away from this meeting: education and planning, our enterprise risk, finance, facilities, board development, and these were committees that were started and really built upon by a number of our trustees present right here. Joan and Donna and Jeff have really expanded upon the use of, in their time as chair of the board, these committees, and they continue that work today. So although you'll see a number of these items we move through quickly, please know that there's an awful lot of work being done away from this formal meeting that we have each and every month. So another item of note here is that for those of you live streaming or calling in, if you would like to participate in any way, please take yourself off mute by doing *6. I see John nodding. Yes, okay. Our IT pro over there along with Rick. *6 will get you off of mute, and *6 will put yourself back on mute. So a couple housekeeping items. And with that, again, we'll call to order the meeting and start with our public comment. We, the Board of Trustees, value the input from members of our college community, and we encourage your participation. Please identify yourself if you'd like to speak at the onset, and we'll allow up to 5 minutes for individual comments, and we welcome and encourage your participation. Would anyone like to share their comments right now with the Board of Trustees? Please. Anyone at all? Okay, seeing nor hearing none, feel free to send your comments in even through the chat if you so desire. So thanks very much. We have a number of items on the consent agenda, roughly 10 or so. So we can take them as a block with the board's permission. Please, a motion, identify yourself in a second, if you would, please. A motion and a second.
This is Joan, I second.
George, well, second if nobody first.
Great. Thank you, Joan. Thank you, George. We have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments with regard to the consent items? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, abstentions, carried. Thank you. Old or new business from the trustees? Anything that you'd like to share? Cabinet members, President Nye, Janet, anything old or new business that we need brought up at this point in time that we haven't already covered?
This is Santa Abraham. Steve, at some point, can we discuss, even offline, how we want to sign up for the commencement? If we should share with everyone, the slot that we want, things like that.
Sure. Yeah, I think we all just recently got an email looking at the different slots and so forth. I would think if Lenore is our point person, we could certainly respond to all so that we could see who's taking each spot, if that's okay. So we're not doubling or tripling or quadrupling up, but it sounds like a first come, first serve opportunity. But I know Lenore is not here now, but maybe Jonathan, you might be able to connect with Lenore and offer a suggested pathway as Santa has suggested here.
Yes, that works great. If you email Lenore, that could be accomplished, or she could email you. She is organizing the list, so all you need is to email her directly. Or if you'd rather, she could email you as a group.
Also, Rob, Arabelle sent out a note to all of you during this meeting already, so you could go ahead and sign up.
Oh, great.
Thanks, Santa. Does that meet your expectations, Santa?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Other business, new or old? Seeing none, we'll move to the chair's report, and mine is to look to appoint a nominating committee for this upcoming 21-22 year. And thank you, Trustee Jeff, for agreeing to chair the committee this coming year, as you've done in the past. He'll be reaching out to 2 other trustees at some point. The idea is in May to present a slate and review that, and then June ultimately vote on it. So. Trustee Jeff, anything else that you might like to add to that?
No, I'll reach out to a couple of the trustees to see if they want to be on the nominating committee. And I'll do that very shortly, and we'll get that organized.
Terrific. Thanks very much. We'll move right on to our president's report, and Dr. Nye, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Martin. Well, you know, all the cool stuff was already talked about, so 90% of it was taken care of, so I'll talk about the rest of the 10%. But I wanted to give an update. We have started the process for the search of the next Vice President for Administration and Finance. Carol Arbradis is the search chair, and we do have Mary Gates, the CFO for the county, on the search, and looking forward to a good search. Went through the resumes a while back when it was getting ready to close, and a lot of really interesting candidates. So looking forward to getting that. We intend to have final candidate interviews in the middle of May, and we'll keep you up to date on that. I want to thank the board for their participation in a number of events recently. First, the Bridges Rural Sensing activities, and also the listening sessions for the stimulus package. We originally talked about how we have 4 areas that we can look at, that we have to get started. We originally had to get started early because we were told when the initial CRISA stimulus act came out in December that the funds had to be expended in April. And we looked at 4 areas, and those are one that we just talked about tonight, which was the digital high flex learning. We're also looking at mental health for student wellness, additional student grants, and then housing reimbursements, and then digital infrastructure activities for our enterprise resource management that we have, our ERP. And but the listening sessions are crucial because it's part of our governance process that we have people involved in providing input and being able to then create a process to funnel information through to make decisions that you'll be involved with. And so I want to thank the number of board members who are participating in those sessions. They're important. I did want to celebrate. It's not 100% complete, but it's a formality, in my opinion, that we're going to receive a Prodigy Grant from SUNY. And what a Prodigy Grant does is allows us to be able, and Donna, you know about this, to be able to recruit a woman in STEM faculty member or an underrepresented minority member in any program for the college. And SUNY pays for 100% of the salary in the first year. They paid for 50% in the second and 30% in the third. So we have hopes that we might be able to find a faculty member in a number of programs, one primary that we really need coming up, and that's our paralegal program. And so I wanted to let you know that that's really good news, and thank you to Sim Covington and others to help with that grant. We need to do more of that. I wanted to highlight the governance paragraph I put in there, and this is important. I highlight it because it's communicating all the way up through the highest level of our governance changes to our policies. And in this case, we have a change for a policy on overloads that does not need to come to you for approval because there are minor changes. And in the governance exec process, where you have the college leaders for governance that get together, they review and decide whether or not a policy, if it changes, are substantive or not substantive. And if they're not substantive, then they can go for minor changes. They don't have to go through college council or academic senate for full approval and up to the board of trustees for change. So I just wanted to highlight that for you. And it's part of our process of how we need to continue to get our governance process and notifications out when we have policy changes and so forth. I wanted to let you know that hopefully in terms of grants, we might be able to get the additional 1.5 million that was a CFA grant from the state as part of our nursing expansion program. We think it's going to happen. We've been told it's going to happen, and that's great. What does it mean? It means that we not only get to expand our nursing program and create an LPN program, but it means we're able to create more programs in the healthcare field, such as phlebotomy and non-credit courses and courses that feed into our credit programs by adding the additional space to be able to do so. And so that's good news. Hopefully that'll come out. In terms of community support, you're going to see me more getting back out since we are now starting to emerge out of COVID and people are getting vaccinations. Although this was virtual, we will be getting out to create partnerships. And we had a great conversation with a company called ABX, which is a manufacturer of plastics in Macedon. And I'm still going to tout until the cows come home, trying to create the model that Starbucks did with Arizona State of trying to create a partnership with local industries to create a feeder program for something that George mentioned earlier, Trustee Cushman. And that is trying to reach out to the non-traditional learners that are already out there and doing things, but need to be able to get at least some education to be able to move up in the ranks in their companies. We're working with IEC with that right now. Carol's working with them, and we're going to get a meeting set up with ABX for another. If we can get one of these companies started, I think it's going to be the pebble in the pond in this area to create FLCC educational partnerships with industry. So instead of having to reach out for a broad perspective of non-traditional learners, it'll be focused. And I think it might be very beneficial to the college and our community. Just so you know, we have put out the information that's reinforcing the cannabis legislation. It is creating changes, one, in terms of the legality, but it does not affect our campuses. And it will not affect our campuses until federal legislation is changed right now. It will not be allowed on our campuses. That's been submitted to the students, but now it's going to be where are the other opportunities that we were already poised for by creating the three courses we have in the track and cannabis to now start to see where we can partner. And we had a wonderful session a few weeks ago with Cornell and some industry with Professor Hewlett's activities in the biotechnology field and mushroom polysaccharides in terms of creating partnerships. And we're looking to help create a partnership to expand a company called Empire Medicinals, which is using those mushroom polysaccharides to create food products and food enhancements to be able to work with things. And Cornell's interested in it. We need to do the same thing with cannabis. And we'll be working with Catherine Young, the head of the program in Geneva for that in the summer to be able to see where do we partner to expand not only in the polysaccharides, but in cannabis in the future. And then I need you to be flexible. I've talked about being flexible, forgiveness, and focus, but I need you to be flexible to put a date on your calendar for June. And it'll be somewhere between, it looks like now, June 1st and June 16th. And what that is going to be a groundbreaking ceremony that hopefully at least one of the Sands family members will be coming up for in terms of getting with folks earlier today. I will let you know what that is so we can have that groundbreaking ceremony to get things going on the nursing program. And that concludes my report, Trustee Martin.
Terrific. I'll add one more here that Dr. and I have been speaking about, and also based on the feedback of trustees, we have our retreat scheduled for next Friday the 16th, a half day. And we have identified already, I believe, not only a review of the budget and financials from Dan and from Christine, but also Dr. Sim, another inclusion, equity, and diversity opportunity for us to go through that exercise and demonstration. And Dr. Nye, maybe you can speak about, has there been any clarity with regard to another community college and some of their leadership that they have modeled?
Yes, absolutely. And I was able to confirm today the times. So I'll be putting together the timeline for the agenda. And Mohawk Valley Community College and 3 of their board members will be visiting for an hour on the 16th to do the same thing we did with MCC. And I think you'll be very interested in their comments. They're a little bit different from MCC, so you're going to get a different perspective from another college and those trustees. And Donna, the chair, and the gentleman that's been there for 30 years. In fact, I think all three trustees President Van Reigner told me about have between 20 and 30 years of service to their college as trustees. And they also, while MCC was interested in League of Innovation, they're very interested in ACCT. And so it'll be interesting to get a different perspective from them.
Terrific. So thank you. And thanks for everyone for your input as well as we construct that agenda. So any questions for Dr. Nye from any of the trustees? I know we had a nice complete written update. Okay, thank you all. We'll jump to the committee presentations and start with Student Corp and Trustee Abraham and Cushman. Thanks for putting together a written version. Anything else you'd like to add to the Student Corp written words you've already provided?
Come on. This is Trustee Cushman. No further comments. It's pretty self-explanatory. It was a kind of a herky-jerky meeting because there was the day that the wind was blowing so hard that everybody was dropping off, including me, and dropping back on. So it was quite an adventure. But they persevered.
Okay, that's great. Great. Thank you both. Questions? Moving to the association, and Trustee Cass and Hamlin, thanks again for representing us at the association, also your written report. Anything else either one of you would like to add there?
Yeah, if I could add to it, we just met yesterday working on the bookstore as well as food service for the college, being led by Carol and Stephanie, who again, as usual, do such a fantastic job in helping the board members so we can make a sound decision. We hope to vote on a contract, I think, Carol, in the April meeting, and we'll let the board know in May.
That's terrific progress. Thanks for that breaking news. We appreciate it. Thank you. Moving to the foundation, Trustee Abraham and Geis, and of course we have Cabinet Member Lewis with us as well. Any updates? Seems like lots of activity going on.
Yeah, everybody got their invitation for the virtual wine tasting, I hope. And so you want to get your RSVP into Lewis. And Lewis, probably there's no limit on the number of people that could participate.
No, we just the only thing we ask is April 15th is a deadline. Obviously, we'd make accommodations after that, but we'd really appreciate everyone registering by April 15th.
And that's all I have. Santa, if you want to add anything?
Okay. Anything else final from you, Lewis, that you want to update the board on?
No, that's all.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Let's see. And Santa and Donna, I know you've been doing an awful lot of work with regard to board development, and I would love to hear from you in terms of kind of the latest and your perspective with regard to the Board Development Committee. If you
Yep. Well, what I want to say is that last month I neglected to thank Dr. Catherine Douglas, MCC interim president, and Dr. Barbara Lovenheim, the MCC board chair, who attended our retreat, our Board of Trustees retreat in February. So thank you for them for joining our retreat. Not much activity going on with the committee at this time, still trying to schedule a time for us to get together.
Great. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for your continued work and advancing all these items for us to get better. We appreciate it. So thanks. Trustee Kai, well, the semester's winding down. You're winding down, but I'm sure the students are busy and we'd love to hear from you. So please, please share if you would.
Yes, first of all, Multicultural Week was a success with virtual live performances, movies, and food. And even though we couldn't really be together in person, it was a good opportunity to gather virtually. As of Monday, March 22nd, applications for Student Corp became available, including the student trustee position, which I'm still looking for someone else to fill, but it's going fairly well. All three of the programs between Student Corp, the RA position, and tour guide positions teamed up to promote student leadership. There was a SUNY grant for expanding food pantries, which was received on March 17th, called the Food Pantry Grant Program. And somewhat hand in hand with that, Student Corp partnered with Sarah Izzard to purchase a fridge to expand food selection to include fresher and more varied options. And finally, Deborah Ortloff came to the Student Corp to discuss the DREAM initiative on March 5th, which would include student submissions regarding the hope of what FLCC could be through sources such as poems. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kai. So the DREAM initiative, this is a poetry initiative?
It's several sources, and unfortunately, I don't have a full explanation for you, but it is a lot of community work and poems that are crowdsourced and other art of that variety, as far as I know.
It's part
Dr.
of
Ortloff?
the larger DREAM initiative that we've talked about. So working with the Student Corp to have students think about where FLCC will land. So writing a poem is one possibility. Other people are just doing bullet points or ideas, similar to some of the ideas that have been submitted through the DREAM at flcc.edu initiative. So this was just a conversation we had with students among several other conversations we've had with students to include that in the process, I meant.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to our ERM, Enterprise Risk Management and Audit Committee. Trustees Astles, anything from our last meeting to today to update?
Yeah, there's nothing really to report in terms of committee activity. We're just, as Christine said earlier, looking forward to receiving the audit and reviewing it.
Great. And we know that Dr. Hess is transitioning. I see there was a celebration for her. I know several of you had a chance to participate in that. So we wish her well, and it's certainly bittersweet. So she was a central part of that committee. We'll miss her contributions. And then Donna, last committee, you get the last word here in terms of NYCCT, and update us what's going on statewide that might benefit the trustees.
There is a board of directors meeting this Saturday, and as the FLCC designated representative, I will be voting on whatever issues come up. Very quickly, there will be an increase in dues the coming year. A minor addition. Last year's dues were discounted due to COVID. The news that we will have is that after 4 years of many fits and starts and many unforeseen complications, we are moving ahead on much better communications among trustees around the state, with the addition of a website and an association management system, so that in the not too distant future, that website will have a portal for all trustees to communicate with each other if they would like to. It will be trustees only. The website will certainly be open to all members, as well as members of the general public. There will be a specific trustee only portal, and we're still working out some of the bugs. John Taylor, you can appreciate this, I'm sure, of how this will work, but it is part of the association management software that will be able to link up members online through our website. So it's a long time in coming. I know a lot of people have felt that we perhaps were not as responsive to our trustees as possible. And so I just wanted to let you know that that is finally a project coming to fruition, And actually, you will all be able to get a link to sign up directly for this portal once we get that moving. So that's the big news. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Dan, I have a question for you. Not just FLCC, but all the community colleges, those trustees who are appointees of the governor's office. Have we had any additional movement with regard to some of those appointments that I recognize date many, many years back? And I'm just curious if there's been any perspective from your corner of the world.
We have noted that there have been some appointments. As you well know, the governor's appointments process is somewhat confusing. A lot of the community colleges still aren't clear about what that process should be for nominating appointees and then getting them approved. We have not seen a particular pattern in which these have been appointed by the governor. But we do have some indication that there have been patches of both long-term holdovers or vacancies that were filled, but also there have been a few new ones. So we don't really see a pattern, and we are attempting to this August to be able to, once everybody's board is back in session, to be able to understand once again exactly who they have on their board, where the vacancies and the holdovers are, and recalculate that percentage and attempt to go about finding ways to appeal to the governor's office to continue to appoint us. We have heard that there has been movement in governor's appointees for other organizations, museums and that type of thing. But again, nobody seems clear on whether there's a pattern to this. You know, the longest open positions, this pattern. So there is still some confusion, particularly for community colleges. There isn't really a system for understanding who gets appointed when. The governor's office tells the college, but SUNY nor NYCCT is ever alerted that anyone has been appointed. So we have to rely on the colleges reporting this to SUNY and NYCCT. We obviously are advocating that we streamline that.
Sure. Well, thanks for bringing some clarity to it. Sorry to put you on the spot, but as usual, you handled it gracefully. So thank you. Any other committee reports? Any other business to bring in front of the board before we adjourn for an executive session? Any other thoughts from the trustees? Okay, seeing or hearing none. We are headed to an executive session, and I'll call for a motion in a second, in a moment, to discuss matters regarding the employment history of a particular person or matters leading to the employment of a particular person pursuant to the Article 14 of the Civil Service Law, New York Public Officers Law, Article 7, Section 105, letter F. Please, a motion and a second.
I so move.
This is Jeff. I'll
Thank you,
second.
Barb. Thank you, Jeff. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Can't hear you, Steve.
We will remove ourselves from this session and we'll click on our other link for the executive session. We'll see everyone on the flip side. Thank you. Okay, this is working. I see Rick here. Wonderful. I see Janet here. Wonderful. I see trustees coming back on. And Rick, give us one moment here.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have a quorum, so go right ahead, Rick, and make your announcement about live stream.
Okay, if you wait for about 5 seconds, I'll start the live streaming and then you can proceed. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, please a motion to adjourn today's meeting, April 7th, 2021. Thank you, Don. A second, please. First hand up. Thank you, Joan. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Have a pleasant evening. See everyone when we see you. Take care. Good night.
Good night. The live streaming is now concluded.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Janet. Have a good night.